All right. So, hello everybody. This is GB says hi. I will be running Miracle Warriors. This is a rather long game, so we're just gonna go ahead and get it started. Um, does anybody have a four-letter name they would like to choose for the run? We could just do Sega, actually. Yep, Sega. All right. Time is going to start in three, two, one. Okay, so this is a very old RPG, released on the Master System in 1987. Um, Kind of a bad start with the RNG there, but this very simple story is just somebody messed up and there's no game audio. Um, okay. Cool.
There we go. Now we're picking it up.
Okay. Yeah, so this was the first JRPG to be released in the US, or NA. Released, I think it was September or October of 1987. It did decently. Main thing that happened was a Fantasy Art Star Online also released very shortly around that time, so it had big competition. Yeah, it definitely is a very good game, a looking game. So it starts off pretty simply. I need money and I need to gain some levels. You start off very weak in this game. It has a very interesting XP formula where you gain XP on the amount of hits you do instead of on what you kill. Okay, well, kind of embarrassing. We're gonna have to do a quick little reset. Sorry about that. The game is kind of brutal. Particularly that enemy that just killed me does more than half of my health in a single hit. So yeah, sorry about that. In particular, like very early on, we need to gather 4,000 gold before we can really move on from this starting area. I'm gonna speed that up by killing this innocent merchant. Yeah, this is one of the very few RPGs on the Master System, and the only reason I bought it was that it was about $5. It's the cheapest Master System RPG out there. So basically, the story of this game is the Dark Lord has broken out of the seal that was placed on her thousands of years ago and flooded the world with her evil spawn, and everything's fallen apart, and you are a descendant of the hero that trapped her in that seal thousands of years ago. Descendant of... I can't remember the name, actually. It doesn't actually show up very often in the speedrun, the name. And they tell you, it's like, hey, you gotta go defeat the evil lord, but before you can do that, we're gonna actually show off the one and only glitch of this game. The one and only glitch of this game is that if you save and then reset the console, you gain XP. So at a point where like this, where like I'm low on health, but really close to that level, I can just do that, and you can gain that level. It is only used in about the first level to 2 levels of the game. After that, it significantly slows down and is not worth it. But still, I found it by complete hapstance where I had just saved, I went into a fight and died. And when I reset the console and came back, I was like, hold on a second, I have more XP than normal. The manual does say to save often. So I think the manual might have been hinting at maybe just save and quit, and you're good. Don't really need to play the game anymore. So yeah, if you look in the bottom right corner, there's the only menu kind of looking thing on the screen. It's 4 numbers. You have your money, you have herbs, which will be your healing that you can buy, and then you have fangs, which will be used later. It can be used to buy stuff. And then you have character points, which will be used just like, it's like karma in most games. I would love to see that universe with Miracle Warriors Online. This is kind of an unlucky start. In particular, there's one enemy that spawns in this area. This enemy right here is the best enemy you'll see in the early game for like the first like 2 hours basically, because it's super easy to kill and drops more money than everything else. Drops up to 2,000. Make sure to save so I don't lose all my progress again. Yeah, I definitely spent my first playthrough of this. I spent, I don't know, close to an hour just like, I don't know what I'm doing, and I keep dying. I looked up a walkthrough of it, and it was just, it doesn't tell you much. In each town, there's a whole bunch of houses that you can talk to learn more about where you're going. But obviously, they don't tell you this ever. So it definitely definitely struggled in that point. So this is our second town. We'll spend quite a while here. Whoops. There's a lot of purchases we have to make in this town. But we're gonna buy the sword, which cost 4,000. That's the reason we needed to get the 4,000 in that starting area. Is because once we get to this area, the enemies are much stronger, and we wouldn't survive without that sword. Getting actually pretty unlucky with what's spawning. There we go. Thank you. Very early on, money is incredibly vital to your survival. But sadly, you have no choice in what you see. So we're gonna make our way, make sure to save again. Make our way up here so we can progress the story a little bit. We talk to SegaThon, who's going to tell us, we're gonna speed through this really quick, tell us like there's 3 companions spread throughout the world that all are part of that ancient lineage that you're part of. And you need to go through the world and use this spell, and you can unlock, you can save them from the spell placed on their lineage kind of stuff. And they'll join your party and everything. Thanks for the good luck. This is our new favorite enemy in the game, but also our least favorite. Yeah, like, this game can be kind of reset heavy in the beginning. But luckily, like, this is why you save very often, because with the reset button on the Master System, it's super quick to, like, if you run into a problem and you saved recently, you can reset and be back in the game in about 4 seconds. We're going to do this XP glitch again. After this point, you'll almost never use that again. But this next level is pretty important because that lion that killed us earlier can now no longer kill us. So, okay, well, good thing we just saved. So we end up spending around 25 to 30 minutes in this area. Just once you, like, this was the big turnoff for a lot of people, I imagine, to playing this game, was what you're seeing now is about 90% of the game. Not too much else happens. We get some new monsters. We'll get to the bosses here in a while. But like the start of a lot of these old RPGs, you gotta level up. You know, you gotta get your money, your resources, and XP. Yeah, so this was originally a PC 88 game. It came out in 1986. Yeah, all Japanese only. But the big thing about that, too, is that the PC, MSX, all that, and the NES version of the game are very different from the Master System version. They look very different. The overlay is different. The only thing similar between the games is basically the story. When Sega ported this to the Master System, there were a lot of changes made. I've been trying to... I've been wanting to get my hands on the NES version of the game and play that, but I don't really understand Japanese, so I wouldn't really be able to play that one. Also, found this out just about 3-4 days ago at this point. This game actually has a sequel. Almost zero information about the game out there, but this game does in fact have a sequel called Wings of Arguza. It's very bottom of the Wikipedia page, has about 10 words said about it. But it was released on MSX by Kogata Software Production in 1988. Very similar game. I've started playing it on emulator. It's fun, but it's very challenging. As you can see on the webcam that I've chosen is a picture of the one of the characters in the game. This is the next character that will join the party. Yeah, it's a very different game, the PC-88 version. But that is the second character. His name is Guy, but it doesn't say this. This picture only shows up once in the game, so in my chat we've named him Jesus, because that's what he looks like. It is Jesus. It is... I don't know why it looks so much like Jesus, but that's my favorite emote of mine. Yeah, so those great lions are our favorite enemies, but can be scary early on too. Come on, game. Come on. This is the most important purchase we make in the entire game. That purchase we just made right there is a traveling smithy. There is weapon degrading in this game. Everything lasts about 50 up to about 100 hits, depending on what it is. Once you get the traveling smithy, no longer have weapon degrading. So it is the most important purchase, or you'd end up spending a lot of time. Nobody likes weapon degrading. Oh goodness, I'm not paying attention at all. I'm sorry. was taking a drink of water. I wasn't looking at the screen. Oh yeah, the Breath of Wild game and the new Zelda game with weapon degrades. I find it so annoying, but... Luckily in this game, the second town that you see in the entire game, you can get rid of that that feature. So right now we need to save up about 15,000. We can buy what is called the Mask of Beasts. I will explain more once we get there. Don't be like this, game. Fangs are a currency used mainly to buy magical items. Sadly, we won't really see that for a while. They're also used. Every character, or party member, I guess, has legendary armor and weapons spread throughout the map. To unlock the legendary weapons, you pay kings throughout the world to 300 fangs, and they'll give you the legendary weapon, which never really explained in the game why these kings have these weapons, or why they're holding them for ransom. But it's what the game does, so. Yeah, that's part of this first grind that we're doing, is getting the 300 fangs. We'll be able to speed it up once we get that 15,000. We'll be able to speed up that fangs. I'm happy I went super high with my estimate for this game, because this has been pretty unlucky with the encounters so far. Yeah, it's... You want to stick around the town centers, the villages, because they have the healing. And if you get in a rough spot, you're not close to a village with no healing, it can be pretty bad. So yeah, the way this game does encounters and all of this stuff is actually on a frame. Basically, whatever frame you're on will indicate, like, what inputs the frames you're on, and all of this will change what encounters you get. So like I've been making a task for this game. Been very how do I put it? I haven't been working on it very much recently. I really need to get back to working on it. But you're able to manipulate which fights you get. So you're able to start off and it's like, alright, evil merchants, best enemy in the game. I'm just gonna kill only evil merchants because you can manipulate it. It would be great if that was humanly possible, but sadly, we can only take what we can get. No, I should do that. It is a very nice and comfy. This is a great RPG to just kind of have in the background, in my opinion at least. It's just, you can just have this running in the background on the stream and stuff like that. It's got decent music. Alright, now we can come here, buy the Mask of Beasts. And actually, very funny thing, that black monk right there that spawns, can spawn anywhere in the overworld. It doesn't matter where you are, it can spawn. It is the hardest enemy in the game, with the exception of the final boss. I have never been able to successfully kill a black mage. Granted, I haven't tried too many times, but it is the hardest enemy in the game that can spawn anywhere in the entire game. So we enter, there's these monuments, as they call them, spread throughout the overworld, which enter basically dungeons for this game. Every dungeon's got a series of chests, and particularly this one, which is at the start, is incredibly useful because it includes a chest we'll grab here shortly. Because we need 300 fangs, and the most any enemy in the starting area drops is 6. That's very long grind. There's a chest in... Wow, I'm missing a lot of attacks here. Chest in this dungeon that has 100 fangs. Massive speed up to the grind. You have to be very scared or cautious about dungeons, because unlike the overworld, you cannot save. So if I were to die in this dungeon, I would restart outside of the cave. Which, in late game, are quite long, and if you have to go back, you're losing so much time. Yeah, this truly is marathon luck at the moment. Missing all of my hits. And this is the worst enemy to see in the dungeon. Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous. So, the enemies you want to see, they'll drop the most money, the most amount of fangs, and preferably have less health, and do all that. That enemy has a lot of health, does a good amount of damage, and drops 1 fang. It is the lowest amount of fangs anything drops. It's the worst drop in the entire game. And it's not on the worst enemy in the game. Or it's like not on like the easiest enemy in the game. This enemy right here is very scary early on and has killed many of my runs. So now that we've gotten the Traveling Smithy, we've gotten the Mask of Beasts, and we have a sword and armor on Sega. All we need at this point is to get that 300 fangs. Which, easier said than done. You've got to be kidding me. Wow. Well, at least he missed. So every time you attack, so far, from what I've known, it works out to be around a 60 to 70% chance that you're the one who attacks first. That was very close. And sometimes in situations like that, where you're one shot, and you have the 60 to 70% chance to go first, the enemy goes first and just kills you. It will be illustrated much later. There's a fight that we'll do that is just the killer of runs, because that one fight, it's like a 10% chance that you go first when you're about to die. It's incredibly annoying. Need about 50 more fangs. It would also be very lovely if I can get some more money before that happens. So at the moment, that fourth number on there, which is character points, isn't all too important until much later in the game. It is something you want to keep positive. The highest you'll ever need it to be will be 4,000. which we just barely get in this game with the current route. In an ideal run, you never have to retreat. I think in my best attempt I've ever had, like I golded my first split, I only ran away, I think, about 8 times, which was a great run. Sexy. I have never gotten close to that 8 retreat run ever again. And sadly that run died, so I never got anywhere with it. The current record for this game is 4 hours and 20 minutes, 42 seconds. I have been grinding and trying to find more glitches because I really want to push that to sub 4 hours. I definitely think sub 4 hours is possible and would be the absolute limit of this game, but it would be very cool to get that. But it's an RPG with an ungodly amount of RNG involved in it, so it's unlikely that it ever will, sadly. Alright, we just need one more thing after this. Oh no, please game, come on, don't do this. That was really close too. So we make our way down to this castle. If you're truly worthy of being called a warrior, you give me 300 fangs. And he gives us the Eisen Axe, I think that's how it's pronounced, which is the legendary weapon. And we needed that before we could go way over here and unlock our second party member, who we always know as Jesus. Sadly, he does not really look like Jesus too much outside of that picture of him. There's a little bit of resemblance, but I guess we'll see here very soon. Oops. Okay, this unlocks our man Jesus. Sadly, we cannot rename him to Jesus. The game does not allow that. We all know the shoes. When we get to the end title, the credits where it shows this face, it was very funny, because my first playthrough of it, I was just like, that kind of looks like Jesus. And people in my chat was like, yeah, it kind of does. And then we made an emote called Jesus. So, every time you unlock a new character, the level they come in as is one less than the previous character. So they'll be one level lower. Which, that last level we got was actually very well timed for... the last level in Sega was very well timed. Oh. This is the best enemy in the game. This is the Gruul. He is my favorite by a long shot. It looks amazing. Can I just say that? But also, it drops 6,000 gold, which is the second highest of any monster, and it also drops 24 fangs. So it drops twice as much money as the Great Lions, and 5 times more fangs than the Great Lions. All while doing no damage and having a ton of health, which is really great, because like I said earlier, XP is gained on hits. So every time you hit an enemy, you gain XP. So these enemies that have this ridiculous amount of health but do no damage to you, super wonderful, because you can just get so much XP off of them. And so because our guy Jesus came in one level less than, we need to level him up now. So we finished leveling up Sega, but now we gotta worry about our next guy. And Sega will actually be that level and have that much XP basically for the rest of the game. We will almost never use Sega again. His guy does more damage. And because the next character that you get comes in at the level of the previous character, one less than the previous character, that next character is based off Guy. So if we just leveled up Sega, the next character is going to come in super low and worthless. Sega will just be chilling for a long time. So this is a very big part of this early grind. Is we need preferably around $40,000, and we need to get 300 fangs again. And then we want about 2 levels on God. Yeah, earlier, very sadly, I was not kidding when I said this is 90% of the game. The story is hardly seen in the speedrun. Wish I could show the story more. But, yeah, every town has about 3 houses you can talk to. They give you like world lore and explain what's going on in the world. And then every town also has a village elder who you can get hints about where to go next. So every town has one, and you can use them. Find your way if you don't know where you're going. But because we already know where we're going, we don't ever need to talk to them. It's just a waste of $500. This is that Snatcher right there is the most dangerous enemy in the game. That is the first enemy we see. First enemy we see that has magic. And there's 2 types of magic in this game that the enemies own. And it's Steal Consciousness, kind of like sleep magic. They'll put your people to sleep. And next is Fire Magic. Fire Magic hits every enemy. So every player you own. So if you had all 4 members, it would hit all 4 members. And while you can only hit with 1 character. Very dangerous later on. But Steal Consciousness is incredibly dangerous because there's a very small chance that you never wake up. And if you're still sleeping, the enemy hits you. So if you never wake up, the enemy just constantly hits you and they can just kill you. And there's nothing you can do about it. So the Snatchers have the Steal Consciousness. So we avoid them for the entire game, and we'll never try to kill them because they will just kill us. Yeah, so that's a big thing about retreating too. If you thou art surrounded and you cannot retreat, they'll damage all party members. A very cool fact about this game too, um, the Japanese version of the game, released with the US version too, also released with a cloth map that came with it. Sadly, I do not have that. I wish to find one eventually. But the Japanese version of the game for the Mark III came with a figurine, a plastic figurine of, I believe, the main character, Sega in this circumstance. The Japanese version of this game, they're released on the Sega Mark III, is actually the fastest version because of Japanese text being shorter. But the main defect of running it on the Mark III is that the Mark III didn't have a reset button that I use probably about 100 times in the, the span of the speedrun. So, while you might save a lot of time with using Japanese version, you also have the potential to lose a lot of time. So far, like so far, there's some fights that I've gone into, and it's like, all right, I'm taking a lot of damage, and I can't retreat. In the Japanese version, you're kind of just stuck in that fight. Or in the US version, on the Master System, you'll be able to restart and load that save. I haven't done a full calculation for it yet, but I believe it's somewhere to be about... I think it's around 7 to 8 minutes of time saved on the Japanese version. Could be more. I haven't fully calculated it yet. But the downside, for me at least, outweighs the positives. see if we can get just a little bit more money, and then we'll move on. Yeah, that works. Good old-fashioned grinding. Sure. By talking to some of these houses, like that one there, we unlock a teleport to this town later. To make sure I talk to him, because there's been many times that I've been deep into a run and realized that I forgot to grab the ability to teleport back. Oh wow, 2 misses. Actually, oh, I think I think you gotta start running at that point. If only the mountains are moving. You're in the wrong place. It is, in my opinion, a little bit of a weird design. They have the main part of the screen, like it is, just. So I don't know, it's a weird screen in my opinion. I think it looks great, but the fact that the main part of the screen is just this nearly stationary image. Alright, we talk to this place right here, and they'll give us the Tauros sword, which is our legendary weapon for our man Jesus. This is L'Enfant, as the game calls it. It is an incredibly vital enemy to the speedrun. They have an unknown % chance to drop a magical item. Let's see if we get lucky. Yes. They drop the Sacred Nut. It is a magic item you receive in the game. Super strong. You use the if you're able to read that message fast enough, it says you got a sacred nut. You can hurl it at your enemies. So you basically throw nut at people. A sacred nut. Yeah. I think the people who made this game did not think that one through all the way. At least the people who translated this. We won't use it for a little while. This is the first boss of the game. This is the skeleton. He does a lot of damage, as you see. So that's why we make that save right before him. Is because to actually be able to beat him, like how the game intends for you to beat him, it wants you to do another level with Guy. But obviously, we don't want to do that. That takes forever. This is a speedrun. So we had to get a dodge, which very luckily we just got on the second try. So, it is not over yet, because like I said earlier, there's about 50% chance that you go second. Yeah, that was very, very lucky to get that done in 2 tries. That is, I have lost a lot of runs to that too. I have actually, the worst I've seen is I went 27 resets in a row before I was able to kill Skeleton, which ended up being about 25 minutes or so. So obviously it was the end of the run, but it was just like 27 resets, 25 minutes lost, because the game wouldn't let me dodge. So that skeleton was blocking a land bridge, which led to the village that we just went to, which sold us a boat for 30,000 guilders. So we can now cross this ocean. There are 3 continents in this game. The one that we just spent all of our time on so far. And then there are 2 ocean tiles. They're kind of hard to see, but you got these dark blue there, which we cannot walk on. And then we have these light blue ones, which the $30,000 we just spent on a boat allows us to sail across this ocean over to this next continent. And later we'll unlock another boat that lets us sail this deep water. Now before we can do Now, this is where kind of the real game starts. We can kind of start killing bosses a little bit. Unless we get in trouble here. Come on. There we go. I'm gonna buy some more herbs. Took way too much damage throwing up in the grind. Yes, we need one more level. Luckily, we can kind of spread that out a little bit. As we do this grind as we move. So, we really need come all the way. Oh wow, this is a long run with no encounters. That was actually insane. That was a very long run. This is where we actually get to spend those fangs outside of buying the legendary weapons. We can spend 50 fangs to buy a Stone of Protection, which will be used very shortly. Gotta make our... Stone's protections are very important for most of these boss fights, because all of the boss fights have magic. And like I went through earlier, we got fire attacks, which the next boss we'll fight uses. And fire is very easy to kill you, because, you know, doing damage to all of your people and you only get to hit them once, it adds up very quickly. So we need to enter these forests and grind for some sacred nuts. Sacred nuts are magic items in this game. Which we will need to be able to kill this next boss. Sacred Nut is not a 100% drop rate. My best run, which was my old PB, I went 12 for 13. It was a beautiful... I got Sacred Nuts, and I got them almost every single time. My worst attempt, though, I went 12 for 35. So I ended up having to kill 35 Levants to get the 12 drops we needed. And I haven't been able to come up with the drop rate for Sacred Nuts because it's very inconsistent. Wow, 3 for 3 is very nice. Alright, here is a big feature of the speedrun is so Sacred Nuts drop in 3s. So every time you get a Sacred Nut drop, they drop 3 of them. You can only carry 11 of them. The max carry capacity is 11. Obviously, 3 does not divide into 11 very well. So you have to use one to drop your total amount to 8 before you get that 4th drop. Okay. Sadly, that That encounter did a lot of damage. So, just gonna quick reset. Lose a little bit of time because I had one encounter in between that. Let me just double check. So this right here is the power of magic items in the game. Because, like, it's very similar to the old RPGs with magic. They're overpowered. Magic is overpowered in so many RPGs, and this is just one of them. When you use these magic items, the enemy does not get to hit you back. Wow, 4 for 4. That was crazy. So, if you're carrying the maximum of 11 sacred nuts, you could throw all 11 before the enemy gets to hit you once. And obviously, that's a lot of damage you can do to something before they get to hit you. I found out, I did a little experiment where I grinded all 4 characters of the game to max level. It was a very long grind to do it, but all characters max level. And I used 0 magic items on the final boss, and it was impossible. So with max gear, max health, it was impossible to beat the final boss without magic items. And it's unless you talk to just about every house in every village, you won't really find out where to get these. There's one of the houses, it mentions it, it says there's like LaFonts found in this area of the map love the sacred nut trees. And that's all it says. So if you go kill the LaFonts, they drop the sacred nuts. Very awesome. But there's only one house that says that. The game is very secretive with this information. I need to get this last level real quick before we can go into this next fight. This next boss fight. Ooh, wow. I do not want to be on desert tiles. Every tile in the game, well, there's one, two, three count. So you have these planes, plane tiles, where we'll see the easiest enemies in the game. They're there's where you start all of your farms. That's where you're gonna end up doing most of your grinding. You have the forest, which is the next hardest. But that's also where you'll find little fonts to get your sacred nuts. The next is the sea tiles. A whole bunch of sea monsters. There can be some fairly dangerous things in there. Next you have desert tiles. They're fairly late game. A lot of things have a lot of health and do a decent amount of damage. Then you have the deep ocean, the deep water tiles. Very dangerous enemies. They'll do a lot of damage and they'll have a lot of health. And a lot of them will have magic too. And then you have your mountain tiles. Mountain tiles and deep water tiles are very similar. High health, high damage enemies that you do not want to fight. So, usually before you see me enter mountain tiles or any high level tiles, basically, you'll see me save before I enter them. If you were to look back at the skeleton fight, you see I saved before I went into the forest, because that forest has a lot of high level enemies. So I saved before there, and then I saved right before the fight. Saving is 100% required. And saves a lot of time. Because there's the difference between dying and resetting and loading a save. So it's like if I were to die and then hit the reset button and load the save, it's about 4 to 5 seconds. If you were to die and then do that, it's about 15 seconds. So you're losing 10 seconds every time that something like that would happen. So that's where you gotta save often, so that you could reset and not die. And also because if you have to load a save, all the progress you made is lost. Herbs before I go into this boss fight. I spent almost all of this money I had worked so hard to gain. We'll buy these feathers. Feathers, like I said earlier, if you talk to that first house, you unlock a teleport. And to use that teleport, you have to use a feather. Gotta make sure to save before the boss fights. So this is the first boss. We use the Stones of Protection, which do not have a 100% chance to activate. With using Stone Protection, it stops the enemy from being able to use magic. Super useful, because now he can no longer use fire attacks. And getting dodge is incredibly important at this time. And I am very sorry about what is going to happen next. Sadly, Sega as a character, their purpose has been fulfilled, and they are now dead. They will remain dead for a majority of the remaining time of this run. They will remain on screen. We can still see Sega, but they will be of almost no use. I am very sorry. We will revive them again later when they are needed. Now to show off the power of magic items. I can just constantly throw these. And the boss can do nothing. You just keep throwing Sacred Nut at our enemies, and they will die. And we win. We kill the final boss, and we unlock the Armor of Kronos, which Sega posthumously now wears. And we unlock the legendary armor for Sega, but they're dead and will now not be able to do anything with it. The main reason we kill off Sega, the main character, the first character, is because in every menu you do, like this one, it would be Sega guy, next character, and when we're leveling up this next character, Medi, we would have to press the down input twice, every time, to be able to attack with Medi. And that gets rather annoying to do for the remaining 3 hours of this run. So, by killing off that character, we now only need one more input. And doing one input down is going to save a lot of time and a lot of hassle with attacking with the wrong character throughout the rest of this run. Sega has done their purpose. We've killed 2 bosses and hundreds of enemies up to this point with the sole efforts of Sega. But we now unlock a dancer. This is Medi. And Medi is the most powerful member of the team. So, unlike every other character in the game, Medi has what is called a crushing attack. It is basically a crit hit. And you have no control over it, but occasionally Medi will do a crushing hit, which does one level more than your current character worth of damage. So basically does the damage you would do if you were one level higher. Which is incredibly useful because now you're doing more damage than you would normally do. So Medi is used for the rest of the run. Medi will do all of the grinding, all levels from this point on. Now go to Medi. I don't have an emote or picture of her for this, but Medi looks like Mother Mary, which is rather funny. Actually, I don't think don't actually remember what this enemy drops. I very rarely see this enemy. There's some very interesting monster designs in this game that I like a lot. Yeah, there's our crushing attacks. At this point, we don't need much outside XP. So we ended up spending, because Medi came in a level under Guy, we got to level Medi up. Here's the strange thing too. Medi does the most damage because of the crushing attacks. But because you gain XP on the amount of hits you do not want to see crushing attacks outside of boss fights. It's a very weird situation where it's just like, we want to level you up, but we don't want you to actually crit. In the boss fights, it is incredibly useful, but outside boss fights, you never want to see it. The sequel to this game, Wings of Agruza, is actually very interesting because it is now, the XP is on kills. So they changed the way the XP system worked in the sequel to this game. It's actually very interesting. They call it a sequel, but it very much doesn't really share much with this game. It is a sequel in only because the developer called it a sequel, kind of. Right now we want to get as much money as we possibly can, also, along with getting mage level. Because after this next boss fight, we enter, which crazy enough is what was called the long grind. So far, every grinding session, leveling, getting money and all this stuff, the longest one so far has been about 20 to 30 minutes, depending on your luck. This next one is about an hour and 10 to hour and 15. It very rarely falls below that time. To progress, the boss we fight, there are two types of bosses in this game. You have the Senpai, which we just fought, and got the legendary armor for Sega. The next ones are called Hanj. They're very dangerous. They're much stronger. So we need to also be much stronger. So yeah, sadly we will have to enter the long grind after this one. Don't do this game. There's another enemy that we see very rarely that has the steel consciousness, which will almost always kill you if it is used. Oh, wow. Come on, game. There's no really science behind the retreat chance. It doesn't matter how strong the enemy is or how weak the enemy is. It's just sometimes the game doesn't let you run away. Alright, we currently went 4 for 4 for Sacred Nuts from LaFonts. Let's see if maybe that luck will continue today. There we go, 5 for 5. Very nice. How many do I have? I have 5 of them. Oh, there we go. That's the first one that missed. Still, we have the possibility to at least tie my record of 12 for 13. Nope, well, there goes that chance of tying the record. I had really good luck in this forest earlier. I wonder what happened to it. It is not too bad to go 6 for 9. Obviously, you always want to go better, but... Yeah, there's evil merchants everywhere. And funny enough, there's just the normal merchants are just about everywhere. And they're not the evil, just the innocent merchants. You can also just kill them. No one is safe. There are also travelers that show up too. If you see a traveler, you can talk to them, and they'll give you some more information about if you're lost or not. And they'll be like, try heading to this place and whatnot. They're also incredibly you should never kill a traveler. Because every enemy in the game, when you kill it, will affect your character points. And merchants add about 10. The ghouls that I love so much, I think they add 40. Travelers are negative 500. So killing them lowers your character by 500. So they definitely yeah. They try to prevent you from doing that. But in reality, nothing's stopping you. The run, you don't want to do it. So what we just... we had just bought something at that village down there, which are called Staffs of Earthquake, as you can see them right there. They are another magic item in this game. To be able to purchase that magic item, you need 2,000 character. They will not sell to you at all. if you have below 2,000 character. So if you were to kill an evil merchant, or the merchants, or the travelers and whatnot, the game would be, you wouldn't really be able to use the games to its full potential. So, Staffs of Earthquake, you can only carry 4 of them. And they do, I think it's roughly 3 times the amount of damage of a Sacred Type. So, you carry less of them, but you do a lot of damage with them. This is a fight that you really want to get those crushing attacks in. And you do not want to miss like I just did. Luckily that was 2 dodges in a row, so... Awesome. So that gives us the Armor of Athena. That was the next boss fight. Very similar to the previous one, except now we got to use those Staffs of Earthquake, which greatly sped it up. The Armor of Athena goes onto Medi. Decreases the amount of damage you take. Legendary armor that they give you. Yeah, so like I said earlier, we now enter the long grind. We need about 3 levels on Medi before we're able to kill Anj. Anj is a very scary boss. We also want to have roughly $240,000. We need about 4,000 character, and a minimum 1,000 fangs. This is the enemy. We want to see this enemy the entire grind, and it is very possible that this grind is very fast. If we were actually able to manipulate which enemies we could see, it would probably be this one. So since this is just about all we're doing, how's everybody's night doing? Hope everyone's having a good night. Enjoying some beautiful SEGATHON that's been going on this entire weekend. Yeah, it's usually about this point of when I stream runs of this is that I don't run out of things to talk about. 2 hours, and kind of the end of it. Very simplistic gameplay. I think that's part of the reason I liked speedrunning this game. Was it was very much because like the other games that I speedrun, I wasn't really able to focus on like the chat at all during them because I was so focused on the run. This one gave me the opportunity to interact with chat a lot. It's also just a great game to chill to. I have not. When did that trailer release? I haven't even heard of that. I'll have to look at it after this run. Hello, Biddy. Welcome to Miracle Warriors. We're at a very long grind in the game, so yeah, we had to grind for some levels on our characters. After this, there's very little grinding after this point. So, luckily, it slows down. Getting kind of okay, that was a long string of encounters I couldn't do. I wonder where my luck is, you know? We got Jesus over here, watching over our run. It's just not, luck's not there. It's so strange. This is one of the enemies that have magic that we try. We gotta hope that it doesn't use magic. Really? You had to miss? Oh my goodness, game. Game, come on. Hello, Cheeky. We're at the most boring part of the run, sadly. These enemies, they're very dangerous because they can kill you, but they also, like, running away is just a slow. You don't want to run away much. And because I can kill them, I'm going to kill them. They also give $5,000, so they're pretty nice. We can talk to this guy right here. Pirate blood runs in the veins of thy final companion. And that line is to imply to unlock the final boat. If you were to go to the area before you unlocked the final companion, it says you need the blood of a pirate before I can give you the ship. So that traveler's just saying, like, hey, your final companion is how you get the blood of a pirate. The game gives you all the information you need, it just hides it pretty well. I hope everyone is enjoying the classic Master System music that this game provides us. I don't think I knew that. That's very interesting. I do enjoy the music of this game. You know, after I don't know 150 hours of it, you start to get a little sick of it. Every once in a while, it is nice to listen to it. This is the first time I've really listened to the music of this game in a while. The big thing too is the herbs, the healing we use throughout the game. You can only carry a max of 24, and they sell in sets of 5. So I left the town to use that fifth one so that I was able to buy more than I would normally would. We also, every town has a building where you could sell fangs. And we need money more than we need the fangs right now. So we sell one fang for 50 gold each. And we had 800, so it sells for quite a lot. We only do it probably about twice in the run. And that is one of them, because the money we need from this grind is much larger than that we need of the amount of fangs. Because we'll end up needing about 1,000 fangs later on, but it's much later on that we need those fangs. So we're able to sell them now and be able to reach the 1,000 before we need it. Need to grind some more sacred nuts, so we're gonna go back up to these forests up top. Get it, and max out the amount of sacred nuts we have. Let me double check that I have 5 of them. That was crazy that I had so many misses in that fight. This is the latest I've ever actually streamed before, so I imagine by the end of this run I'm gonna be very tired. Yeah, I imagine there's a few of the moderators and tech support that are probably taking a few much needed naps right now. I imagine if I was in their place, I'd probably do the same. And I do. This is the first marathon appearance of Miracle Warriors that I've been able to find, at least. So it is the debut for this game, 40 years after it released. But I am very much appreciative for SegaCrew allowing me to run this here. Yeah, I imagine knowing where to go is 90% of this run. Where the enemies spawn, what enemies you can kill, is a small portion of the outside. Apparently it's casual playthrough. You have no information. I think if I remember correctly, my first time playing this game, I probably died 5 to 10 times and spent the full hour to hour and a half just like, what am I doing right now? And I finally looked up a guide, and I was like incredibly over-leveled compared to what the guide suggested. Because there's parts of this run that won't even be shown here. There's in total there's 8 overworld bosses, 3 dungeon bosses, and the final boss. In this run, we'll see. How many will we see? You'll see 5 of the overworld bosses. And granted, you're not missing too much with 2 of those, because they're just more senpai in the Hanj fights, which there are 3 of each of those. But the 8th boss, which we won't see, is actually it's called the 8th boss. It's supposed to be the last overworld boss you fight. and it's just like, okay, this is the final boss in the overworld. It's going to be very difficult, and it's the easiest fight of all of them. And funny, because of that, it's the easiest boss fight. Oh, P.S. You love me. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to SEGATHON. Actually, good luck. I was lurking in your channel earlier today. This has actually been pretty awful RNG right here. That was like my first Lafont that I saw. Yeah, but as I was saying, the 8th overworld boss is the easiest boss of them all, but he comes with a downside to him. If you kill the 8th overworld boss, he kills the traveling smithy you have with you, which, you know, prevents weapon degrading. And he also injures your 4th companion, so that he does less damage. So it's just this... You imagine it's like, this is the hard overworld boss fight, I wonder what I'm gonna get from this, and the game just punishes you. It was very weird doing that the first time. And doing that boss is part of the 100% category of this game. It doesn't change too much because in 100% we end up very overpowered for the final boss. But if I were to do it any percent, it would reduce my chances of being able to kill the final boss. I could honestly see a lot of these enemies being Yu-Gi-Oh cards. This one in particular could definitely be a Yu-Gi-Oh monster. I've never drawn that connection before, Cheeky. That's actually kind of funny. I have been getting awfully unlucky right now. I needed 2 drops from Lafonts, and I have seen 1 Lafont in the last, like, 15 minutes. That is pretty awful. Yeah, definitely that one. I mean, do you see the look of the evil merchant? He looks, you know? just looks evil. We have no idea what his crimes are. But if you look evil, you gotta be evil, right? That's how this game views it, I think. Whoops. Need to go item. I did not get a drop on that one. We're actually very low on money because of this. Yeah, we definitely wanted to get these Sega nuts really fast and go back to the money grind. But this has been pretty unlucky right now. I mean, really, look at this guy. I'm sorry he's dead. I probably should have waited a little bit. But he just... There's no way that guy's not evil. Alright, this game's getting a little ridiculous. I'm starting to understand marathon luck a little bit more after this. Come on, there we go, finally. That was so bad. That was such a long grind. It was just unlucky. So now we come back down here because we need money. At this point, we would love to have around 140,000. More preferably, but we need at least around there. What's everybody's favorite run that they've seen at SEGATHON so far? Thanks, Cheeky. Much appreciated. It was interesting I loved the Beyond Oasis run. That was a game I loved as a kid and have looked into the speedrun before. But it's interesting to watch that one live. Roby, thank you. Gotta drop the Jesus emo with it. I didn't even realize it was on Steam. I did see the PC tag for some of the runs. I own Beyond Oasis on the Genesis. It was definitely a game I loved as a kid. I haven't played it since I was a kid, though. I know it's not, like, I'm perfectly fine with emulators, but real hardware for, like, speedrunning, I much prefer it myself. Something about the real hardware just feels better. I'll definitely need to look at all the games they have in that collection. I want to play Crusaders of Sinti, but I mean, I ain't paying $600 for a game. If I can get that for $2. Yeah, I remember I was looking at, like, I want to speedrun a Genesis game, so I'm just gonna look through all all the games that are on Genesis. And I was like, oh, Crusader Century is a very popular game. I didn't see the price tag. It was just, oh, everyone loved this game. So I looked at the speedrun and I was like, oh, this is such a cool speedrun. And then I looked on eBay and saw it for like $600. It was like, okay, guess not. I guess that is very much not happening. I've been a little hesitant about doing it, but the Toe Jam and Earl race going on at the end of SEGATHON, I'm considering joining it, but I've never played it. I own it. It came in a bundle with something else. Never played it before. I don't really know if I want to join a race for it. That's very that's very interesting though, having the Beyond Oasis sound test menu in it. Yeah, I have the Genesis cartridge sitting on a shelf behind me for Toe Jam and Earl. It's a game that looks fun to play, but I was just so focused on speedrunning this and a different game that I just never got around to actually playing it. Yeah, I've seen gameplay of it. Because when it came with the bundle, I was like, alright, what is this game? Never heard of it before. So I looked into it. I saw that it had a pretty active speedrunning community. Yeah, that looks like a speedrunning procedurally generated levels and randomized items. Oh, it sounds fun to play, but I imagine like if you're actually like trying to do speedruns of it, it sounds miserable. I imagine it would be a ton of fun though, just if you just do that in a like in a voice call like this race is. I want to do the Toe Jam and Earl race. A little scared because I haven't played the game, and it's also just like pretty much simpler. Yeah. It was at 8 p.m. and it's just I'm usually not available at 8 p.m. also. If it was a little bit later, like at 9, I could probably do it. Unless you guys just want to let me have a late start. we're coming close to the end of the grind. We just probably about another third of a level on Medi, and we can start moving around and knocking out a few things. I think talking about speedrunning Genesis games, one of my goals is to do a speed run on every single one of Sega's consoles. Currently only have 2 of them at the moment, with the Dreamcast and Master System. But I definitely want to do more Sega speedruns on all the Sega consoles. Yeah, I've been sticking to the Dreamcast a lot lately. I currently have 2 speedruns on the Dreamcast and a 3rd one coming up soon. Dreamcast is just so much fun that I haven't really gone to the other consoles yet. The SG-1000 run, I haven't even started to look at the games for that one to run. I still need to obtain one, because I want to do the runs on hardware. Because so far I own all of the Sega consoles with the exception of the SG-1000 and a Saturn. I've been getting a lot of I went on a car trip recently and I brought my Game Gear with me in the car, and we just put some batteries in it and played that along for a lot of the ride. Got some strange looks playing on it though. Everyone's just looking at me like, what the hell is that? Getting really close to the end of this grind, I promise. This should be enough. This is a good fight to end it on. I had another run that I wanted to do here at SEGATHON. I didn't end up submitting it because it is a very hard game, and I I kept getting really angry because it was just so difficult that I decided to not submit it because it was just too difficult. It's a game called Super Magnetic Neo. Broby in the chat, he is the world record holder for that game, but it's a very difficult Crash Bandicoot-like platformer. I love it. It's such a fun game, but it's so aggravating. There's Neo right there. If you like Dreamcast platformers, that is a game that you should play. Super Magnetic Neo. Beating that game is an achievement. Like, I had seen all of the levels before watching Broby play it and speedrun it, and it's still, my first playthrough took somewhere around 6 hours. Like, a non-blind playthrough was 6 hours. But it was so much fun. Alright, we can go back to this run and talk about this real quick. What we're about to get here is a swordsmith village. We can upgrade our weapons for $60,000. This was the point of that long grind we just did, was so that we could actually afford that. It increases damage by quite a bit. And it is almost required at this time to be these next bosses that we're gonna do real quick. And also, oh wow. I thought that was 10,000, that's 30,000. Whoops. That is a very rare enemy to see, that one we just saw. The white monk. You may see 1 or 2 of those in a run. They're very rare to see. But if you talk to them, they full heal your entire party. I think the most I've seen in a run is 2. So you play this game for 5 hours and you see 2 of them. They're very rare. They're also the biggest character point deficit from any enemy. So like earlier I talked that the Traveler has minus 500. The regular merchants are minus 100. The White Monk, if you manage to kill it, is minus 1,000. I miscalculated how much money I needed. I thought it was 10,000 for revive. It's been a while since I've done a 80% run of this. Alright, there we go. That'll give me my 30,000. Alright, now we can go... Oh, wow. 2 in quick succession. That's crazy. Yeah, that's... Wow, 2 White Monks. In 5 minutes. That's crazy. Now our hero can return to us. Sega is about to be revived. If we can get to it before, with no more encounters. Ow, okay. I don't want to kill this guy. For some reason, that enemy, which really just looks like a leech, in my opinion, is a beloved pet of that town you see in the background, and it gives you minus 100 character for some reason. Okay, we get to resurrect our great companion, Sega. And listen to that beautiful jingle the game gives us. We get to hear that one more time before the end of this run. Little spoiler. So this is, for the sake of the marathon and safety reasons of the speedrun, we are going to kill an extra boss here real quick. Because, like I said earlier, the bosses drop their, or are guarding legendary armor. So by killing an additional boss, we get a better armor for Jesus, our character Jesus, Guy, who is Jesus. He was hiding right about here. Oh wow, great start. I think it works out to be around 5 to 10% chance to miss. I think closer to 5% chance. And it's around the same for a dodge. Which is why this is a stat I'm about to give you. It drives me mad. The most misses I've had in a row is 7. So I rolled about a 5% chance 7 times in a row. It was so aggravating. Most dodges I've got in a row is 4 though. Then doesn't quite even out. Oh wow, this is miserable. I don't even know if I'll be able to kill it. Yeah, I'm actually gonna have to reset. I don't have enough damage. Wow, that's very unlucky. That was so many misses. That is a much better start. This is a much better attempt. Dodges and some crushing attacks. Should have knocked on wood there. We want to avoid using magic items on this guy because we would have to re-obtain those magic items. And after the luck we just had with getting Sacred Nuts, it's much better if I didn't use them at all. Yeah, that's crazy. The difference in damage between that last attempt and this one is crazy. I might have to use a Sacred Nut. This is not looking... Where am I missing the damage? I think it was just like 3 misses in that fight was probably enough to make the difference. Ooh, nice dodge. Oh, you missed. Come on. Alright, we're gonna have to use one Sacred Nut. Alright, that gives us the Armor of Titan, which boosts the defenses of Guy, aka Jesus. May he watch over the run as he is. Okay, we will now enter very hard boss fight. After we get this next level with Medi, we enter the Hanj fight, which is very difficult. He does a lot of damage and has much more health than the senpais we've just been fighting. Yeah, I haven't figured out why the lore reason behind that enemy right there for taking away negative character. Yeah, with the upgraded weapon and the current level of Medi, these enemies right here are of no threat anymore. They're a little annoying still because of the fire attack. It just takes up a lot of time. And with Sega being such a low level. So yeah, after this boss fight, we'll enter a much more exciting part of the run. Keep attacking with the wrong guy. Wrong person, I should say. I currently have two routes for this game. One that I call the safe strat, and the other the risky strat. I'm very smart with my naming methods. If you were to go into this next boss fight, having not killed that boss we just killed to upgrade Guy's armor, it's around a 50% chance that you die. But it saves a lot of time later in the run if you don't kill that boss, because every boss you kill is a legendary enemy. I'm not quite sure what words they use, can't remember off the top of my head. But basically they're guarding these items from people, and they've come to be legends and kind of worshipped amongst the locals. And by killing it, it gives us negative character. The senpai bosses are negative 500 character, and these Hanj bosses are negative 1000. And we need about 4000 character after this boss fight, because there's an item we have to go grab. And for them to sell this item to us, we need to have 4000 character. Positive 4000 character. It's part of the games, like we said earlier, like, don't be an asshole and kill innocent people. So if you were to just go around killing all of the merchants, travelers, and stuff like that, you would be low and wouldn't be able to buy this next item, which is called a white sphere. It is the most powerful magic item in the game. So we very much need it for the final boss. Let me check my items. We're gonna go play it a little safe. I'm gonna re-up on herbs here. This grind to get that last bit of XP was not all too lucky. Kept getting some bad fights. Isn't as close as I thought it would be. But we can quickly get back down there. Come on. This is the hardest part for me, is that once you grab Guy, you just press down once on the attack menu to use the character that you actually want to attack with. Because before we unlock Medi, you kill off Sega, which means now once you have Medi, you just press down once. But once you put Sega back in the party, you have to press it twice. And no matter how much I play this game, I always screw it up. Multiple times. It just comes muscle memory to press it once. I'm gonna try. Let's see if this glitch that I went through earlier is enough to grab that last little bit. For those who missed it, if you save the game, reset the console, and do it again, you gain XP very slowly. Very useful in the early levels, but in the later levels, as you can see, that little bit takes quite a bit. Alright, never mind. It doesn't look like that's going to be enough. Yep, there we go. It was that close. Okay, this will be the next boss fight. Let me double check everything I got. Alright. This is Hodge. We start off every boss fight, like usual, Stone of Protection, because magic is overpowered, both on our side and their side. Okay. Good thing we just saved. Stones of Protections are not guaranteed to work. The current highest I've done was 18 uses before I it activated. That one was not too bad, only being 7. Seven or 8. I don't know. Lost count. Alright, we gotta pray for some crushing attacks and some dodges. It should be basically guaranteed for this fight, but, you know, crushing attacks, speed up the fight, and the more dodges Medi has, the more opportunities for crushing attacks. Doing good on him so far. Use Sacred Nuts. See how close this gets us. A big thing that makes magic items so amazing too is that using magic items gives you XP to all current characters that are alive. So, just instead of getting XP on a single character, you can get them with all characters, and it's very nice. Now, everyone salute as Sega sacrifices their life for us and dies for the second time. Served us well. He got us 2 dodges. We'll miss you, Sega. You served us well. Alright, first try there. Very nice. This gets us, once again, Sega joins the fight and dies, and then picks up a legendary piece of armor. It's the legendary shield. And he will now, once again, posthumously wear that with great honor. So, the legendary armor that you grab and legendary weapon that you grab for Sega is required to grab the next companions. So, like, before we could grab Guy, we had to gather the 300 things to get the Eisen axe before they would allow us to grab Guy. And then we had to kill Senpai 1 to get the legendary armor before the game would allow us to grab Medi. That boss right there just gave us the legendary shield, which now allows us to grab the fourth and final member of our party, named Treo. He is a pirate who gets us the ability to go grab the Ogdot boat, which allows us to travel on the dark blue, the deep ocean tiles, and travel to the third continent of this game, which contains the final boss. I can't go more than 2 feet without getting a counter. This is crazy. Wow, really? I cannot go more than 2 tiles without an encounter. Why couldn't this happen earlier? This is Treo. He was transformed into transformed? He was a zombie. The game calls in the file, it was a zombie Treo, basically. So we used our spell to free him from his I guess, unzombify him. I don't really quite understand it. I never truly looked into that portion of this game very much. I need to heal. It is better to purchase herbs when you have around 4, because then you can go to the max of 24 pretty easily. Also running a bit low on feathers, so I'm gonna re-up on that. Nope, I did not want to buy a knife. I have legendary weapons. So, unlike the other 2 or 3 party members, Treyo's armor was locked away in this this dungeon right here. So we go in here so we can grab all of his legendary gear. This is also one of my favorite enemies. I don't know why. This is such an interesting design. There is a item that you can get in this game called a crystal ball, and it expands your view in dungeons. Because earlier, right at the start of the game, we bought the Mask of Beasts, which allowed us to see in dungeons. Because usually, if you were just enter a dungeon normally, you can't see anything. So Mask of Beasts gives you that 3x3 square. If you go through the process of grabbing the crystal ball, it gives you the normal 5x5. But this is speedrun. We know where all of the we know the dungeons. We mapped them out already, so I don't really need to see a full 5x5. This is also the point where dungeons become very dangerous. Inside this dungeon, the very first boss we fought, Skeleton, he can now just spawn inside this dungeon. And he does a lot of damage still, even at the levels we're at. This is also one of the best points to farm XP and character. Because before we can purchase that white sphere I mentioned, we need 4,000 character. So by the time we leave this dungeon, we want to be at 4,000 character. The skeleton, while very dangerous, at our levels, we can definitely kill it, and it drops. It gives you 100 character, positive 100 character. So it is very useful to kill if it does spawn. I'm going the wrong way. Whoops. I need to go up first. Or go left and then up. There is a strat in this to the mask of beasts that we buy at the start so that we can see in the first dungeon. It is possible to not buy it and then go into the dungeon to grab that 100 fang chest that we got at the start. And it saves you $15,000 because the next dungeon you enter is this one. 2.5 hours later. So you could very well save that $15,000 early to buy better things, and then buy the mask of beast now so that you can see inside this dungeon. But in the end, the tasks that I'm making for this, never buy it. You don't you don't need to be able to see. Here's that skeleton we talked about. At this point, with all of our armor and legendary weapons, we can easily just 3-shot him, but he still does big chunks of damage to you. Yeah, so for us, for our speedrun route, we kill at minimum 5 and up to 7 bosses in the 80% route. The speedrun, you only kill 3 bosses. And it's the 3 required bosses, which are the ones to unlock all 4 members. So the task, I haven't finished fully routing out the task just yet, but I believe it's going to be, it could be sub 3 hours. Relatively easily. Because when you can force an enemy or manipulate so that you dodge every hit, and once you unlock Medi, you crit every hit and dodge every hit, it's pretty damn quick. It's just very tedious to make, like most tasks are. I should have stopped in town and bought some more herbs. That was a mistake. Alright, this guy gives us our... We're actually gonna play this a bit safe and go back to town and buy those herbs. So yeah, what we just grabbed was the Ognaut ship, which now allows us to travel across deep ocean. We gotta head back over though. Playing it a little safe because of the marathon, but in reality, playing it safe is just better, especially in a game that's where you the game can just kill you whenever it feels like it. Oh wow. Not too useful, because, yeah, three white mages in a single run. Yeah. So we needed the 4,000 character, right there. That's when we needed it to be able to buy that white sphere. You can only carry one white sphere. And it costs 1,000 fangs. This is a very dangerous enemy. And normally you just run away from it, but for some reason this particular enemy very rarely lets you run away. So I had to waste a stone of protection to prevent it from using its magic and killing me. Thankfully, it gives 45 fangs, which is almost... Come on, I don't want to fight... Oh, thank you. I didn't want to fight two of them. It gives 45 fangs, which is almost enough to buy... Hold on a second, where am I? There we go. It's almost enough to be able to buy another stone of protection. Sorry, just drew a blank on words for a second. So we talked to that first house like you just saw, and that unlocks the teleport for that. There are 4 towns in total that you can teleport to using the feather. It is the very starting town, and Minos, Torith, and Tiega that we just saw. And on this tile right here, let me scroll down on my notes. We enter one of the final dungeons, not final dungeons. There's a series of dungeons, I should say, that all contain a boss at the end that guards keys to the final dungeon. There are 3 in total. There is the Heaven's Key, the Hell Key, and the Earth Key, I think. Well, I'll be able to confirm that really soon. There's a magic item that you can grab in this game. It's a passive item called a mantle. It's one of the very few passive items in the game. It makes it so where weaker enemies no longer spawn. It has the potential to speed up some grinds, like leveling grinds and stuff like that could potentially be faster, because just getting the stronger enemies, which means more hits, faster XP. But it also makes these dungeons very difficult, because these easy enemies don't spawn, which means you just get these incredibly powerful enemies. They will just destroy you. The final dungeon becomes very hard if you grab the mantle. So we don't grab it in this run. I used to, because it sped up grinding the sacred nuts, because it gets rid of 2 enemies that can spawn there. Which, I mean, you lower the amount of enemies you see, Lafonts show more often. Alright, this is Rokhod. This is a boss guarding the key. I believe he guards the key to heaven. Come on, game. Don't do this. That was really unlucky. So this is one of... So these 3 bosses we fight that are guarding the keys. For some reason, they're the only 3 enemies in the game that give 0 XP. It doesn't matter how many times you hit them, you'll never gain XP off of them. Which makes them very unique. And for, unexplainable why it does that, though. The exhaustion is definitely starting to hit me too. It's 5:30 in the morning almost. I have never streamed this late before. I got really confused there. I looked at Treyo's XP bar and I thought that was Medi's HP bar. Yeah, so we now get the key of heaven. The heaven key. like I said earlier, there are 3 keys to unlock the final dungeon to the boss. We gotta do massive healing. Oh shit. Let me see where I am. Sometimes after coming back from a longer fight, you forget exactly where you were on the map. How many do I have? That's really bad. How many feathers do I have? 3? We're gonna have to play this a little safe. That was way too many stones used on that fight, so we're gonna have to go back and buy some more stones. It is possible, because it usually takes around the average of 2 to activate the stones on those bosses. It usually takes an average of 2. So, let's just say, you can get away. Without having to come back to buy stones, which loses you about 4 minutes. It's really bad to come back. Also, what we just saw there is the worst part of the Steel Consciousness magic, is that it's just so many text boxes that show up and so slow. Billy, how are you doing? Welcome back. Actually, do that. Come here, come this way. Oh, thank you. Alright, now we enter the... Let me get my notes back up. Oh my... I don't remember this enemy. I've only seen this enemy very few amount of times. We'll go ahead and kill it, why not? I don't know if it has magic or not, though. This next one is the next dungeon we're going to enter is the Key of Earth. Oh, that's 8,000. That's pretty good. That did a lot of damage to me, so I'm gonna go through the process of healing up and rebuying those herbs I just had to use. We've been doing good here. No tech problems. At least not that I know of. So, before we can defeat the final boss, we'll need both this level that Medi's super close to, and one more level afterwards. So, we're getting pretty close to the end here. It would be much faster if I didn't get an encounter on every tile, though. Oh, wrong way. Wow, I'm just getting so unlucky today. What is the timer at right now? Anyone want to tell me what the timer's at? See just how far behind I am? $357? Okay. We'll be fine on estimate, but this is very far from my world record run. I mean, we're doing pretty damn good on XP right now. for the point we're at in the run, we have much more XP than we normally do. Yeah. That is Jesus Christ. And in about 30 to 40 minutes, we'll see him in this game too. Jesus Christ will show up in my video game. This dungeon's been actually crazy. There's so many encounters. Broby, I am quite surprised that you're still awake. That's a very scary part about these dungeons where we get the keys, is that previous bosses can now spawn. Just got about 30 more minutes. Hopefully 30 minutes. There's still some very RNG parts left that could ruin that. Alright, come on, game. Don't do this. Thank you. Oh my goodness. So since you can't save inside of a dungeon, had I failed to use... had all of my stones of protection failed, I would have had to restart outside of the dungeon. And I've already spent a ridiculous amount of time inside this dungeon with the amount of encounters I just had, and all of that XP I had gained would have been lost. Had that happened, I might have actually possibly gone over estimate. And I was very conservative with my estimate too. So I would much prefer to be an underestimate. And I imagine SegaCrew would much prefer if I was underestimate too. Come on, look at that health. Key of Earth. One more key. So we have 2 more bosses before we can do the final boss. I can see your point of view, but what I do is I view from the scheduling point. We're just like, if everyone's going over, you're so far behind schedule, it can be kind of annoying. But sometimes watching a Watching a run fall into fire can be kind of fun too, though. Oh, come on, game. Don't do this. Don't do this, game. Oh my goodness. I can't go more than 2 steps. I'm getting so annoying. Let me leave this dungeon, please. We're gonna run out of herbs. This is actually really bad. I'm gonna have to start running away. Not yet, but soon we're gonna have to start running away because I am so low on herbs and I do not want to redo this dungeon. That would have been... I've been in this dungeon for 20 minutes. If I were to lose 20 minutes of progress, that would have been awful. That would hurt my soul. This game can truly be brutal to you if the game decides it. But it can also be incredibly nice to you, which is why I kind of love running it. Oh, come on, don't do this to me. Yes, thank you, Jesus. Wow, come on. I have no more healing. This dungeon's been so crazy. Why are the encounter rates so high right now? This is way above the most amount of encounters I've seen in the dungeons. This is, like, exceedingly high. Goodness, we're finally out. Oh god. No, please don't do this. Game. Good morning. Game, I should have saved. Oh my goodness, please don't do this, game. Please, 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 let me run away. The game is not being nice right now. I have no healing, and I cannot kill this thing right now. Oh my goodness, game. Why do you gotta be so mean? No! Please. No. Oh, this is so bad. No. No way. We just lost 25 minutes, probably. Because I have to redo this dungeon now. Oh my god. What the hell? That was so unlucky. Well, no, it's the XP. All of the XP I just gained over 25 minutes is gone. That was so... oh, goodness. I cannot believe this game. I have never lost that much time. What is the timer at right now? Did you just see that? We're already back to the chest. 409. Oh my goodness. We're already back to the chest. What the hell was that previous run? I mean, all of the XP is missing, but we're about to do the boss fight, like, already. And, oh my god. What is the luck change? I first try the stone protection now. Okay, but we're missing. That's worse, though. I actually need a hit. Game, please. What is going on? This has got to be the worst string of luck I've had in this game. Yeah, that's marathon luck for you, I guess. I definitely learned why what marathon luck is on this. I can still potentially finish underestimate, but it's gonna require the RNG to do a 180. I do have a backup save. So if we gets to like there's 10 minutes left in the run, I can load a save and kill the final boss. Or 10 minutes left on the estimate. So we can still see the final boss today. But I would rather not load up that save if possible. I am actually really happy that I made that save. Yeah, just in case. Yeah, we still have 3 bosses we need to kill. And a grind for a magic item. This is the asshole that killed my run, basically. Wouldn't let me run away. Okay. We're really low on XP now, but... And I can't believe it. We get a white mage when we leave, which is incredibly rare. What the hell is up with this run today? I shouldn't take up 45 minutes, so yeah, if the timer hits 4:40 and I'm not even at the final boss, like heading to the final boss, I'll probably just end up loading that save. It's exactly where I would normally be going into the boss fight, so there's one RNG part of the run left. We need to get this magic item. That's not. You need this magic item that is not a guaranteed drop from a very rare enemy to spawn, and I need 3 of them. So that is the difference between a world record run and not. Is basically is that grind. I need to pull up the map for this one. I'm still in disbelief about that death right there. Okay. That is a very scary enemy, because that is a boss that you do not want to kill, and could definitely kill me. I do not want to have 2 deaths in this run. One was more than enough. Alright, this will give me the final key, the key of hell, which will unlock the final dungeon. We have a few things we need to do in preparation before we can actually kill the boss. Game? Come on, activate. Alright, there you go. Yeah. So we had unlock the final dungeon. We need the key of heaven, the key of earth, and the key of hell. And I think the idea behind the Key of Hell is this Cerberus-style enemy. Probably definitely some inspiration drawn. This is a very good fight right there. A lot of crushing attacks and misses. That went very smoothly. No, oh my goodness. I just messed up. Okay, it's fine. I can recover from that. It's just very annoying. Yeah, that's really annoying. That was a stupid mistake. This game is being such an asshole today. You definitely don't want Medi to die, is basically what happened right there. Medi is the strongest character in the game, and I accidentally just killed her. This has been such an awful, like, speedrun. Oh my goodness. Okay, I need to feather Minos. I think that was actually my last feather. Yeah, I need to watch them. And some more herbs. Yeah, the main problem with Medi dying there is that I now have to resurrect her, which costs 30,000. And and that's 30,000 that could go to much better places. We're gonna feather to Gara, actually. I need to buy some stones of protection, so I just used all mine. And I need money so badly that I can buy these stones of protection and then sell my extra fangs. And fangs sell for 50 for one, so it's gonna be a lot of money. Wrong button. Cool. Really, game? I gotta remember where the house is that you sell things at is. This one? There we go. Yeah. As you can see, we definitely got our money's worth of that. We gotta spend most of it right now. Okay, so we're gonna enter. Okay, come on, game. We're gonna go to the deep ocean tiles. They have a chance for an enemy called a sea dragon. The sea dragon drops arguably the most important item in the game. When I get one, we will talk more about it. If I can get to the ocean. Oh yeah, I am pulled at the string looking at the timer. We can still make it though. We just need some good luck. Need some blessed RNG at this point. These deep ocean tiles are very dangerous. Oh, this is the sea dragon. Thank you. I have, in a run, in my world record run, actually, I think I went close to 7 minutes without seeing one. It was absolutely absurd, the fact that the sea dragons just didn't show up. That was where most of the time loss in my world record run comes from, is this grind right here. Alright. Please. Please. You know you want to drop it. There we go. It is called a resurrection potion. Use it to call your friends from death. Now, we need 3 of those. It's not done yet. It is called a resurrection potion, and as you just very clearly read, it can resurrect your friends from death. That is a lie. It does not do that. It will full heal any living member of your party. If they are dead, you cannot use it on them. Why it is called a resurrection potion, and why it says you can resurrect your your teammates, I do not know. But that is sadly not how it works. Yeah, Sega's been taking a nap for a while. Sega's coming to come back soon, I promise. There we go. There's 2. You are among friends here if you're a Sega vamp. Two for 2. All right. It might cut out. I mean, everything looks good on semi-work. Might be a little. This is around the time my roommates might start waking up in the next hour or so. Okay. Alright, that's good. I think. Okay, we're gonna, for the sake of being underestimate, we're gonna go kill this next boss, and then probably load my safety save, and do the final boss. Just because I hate to be overestimate, but that death we had earlier, and just the overall RNG has been pretty bad this run. Pick my items, 9. Yeah, that death we had earlier, I would be very close to this level that we're about to for Medi, which is actually will be required to kill the final boss. Exactly. The run for Miracle Warriors Online instead of Phantasy Star. Miracle Warriors is older, you know? It came to the... It's about 2 to 3 months older than Phantasy Star. You know? Get this level with Guy real quick. No, we probably don't need it. Stone. Yeah, so after this fight, we'll have to load my safety save. I feel really bad about that, but this has just been atrocious so far. I think it might just be we'll blame that it's 6 AM. That's what we'll do. Blame other things, don't blame myself. I would usually go to sleep about quite a long time ago. Show off the power of the resurrection potion is that now Medi can go back. This is the only way to heal in combat. Yeah, so This is the backup route, kind of. Normally we kill this boss using Staffs of Earthquake, but it technically is faster to use Resurrection Potions, because Medi just does so much damage. But Resurrection Potions are so rare that getting the 2 that would be needed to, or at least 1 that's required to defeat this boss, would require to go back and grind an additional Resurrection Potion, because you need all 3 to be able to defeat the final boss. Okay, so the reason that we killed this boss because it gives the Shield of Selena, which is a massive boost to defense for Medi. And since Medi does so much damage, you want her to do the most damage. Okay. I believe I put it on 4. Okay, so I'm gonna explain. The only thing different about the file that I was just on in this one is that I will have max items, so I won't have to waste all that time re-grinding, which would probably have put me well over estimate had I had to do that. We did miss the resurrection of... it's not Sega anymore, I'm sorry, but... Weather, how are you doing? This has been an absolute disaster of a run, but thanks for the good luck. This was such bad RNG today. So this is the final dungeon. It's an incredibly long 3 levels, lots of incredibly dangerous enemies. But we already have all the levels we need, so we just kind of run away from it. Okay, well, we're gonna have to kill this guy so that he doesn't kill us. This was a really good final dungeon we just got. That was a minimum counter so far. Okay, this is final boss. This is Terran, the final boss of the game. It is very interesting design, as you can see for the boss. My chat calls it Booba Boss. Yeah, so here's a fun one too. Time is as soon as the boss's HP drops to 0. So we still got a little whiles for that. The PC version of this that was originally released in Japan only back in 1986. The graphic they used for the final boss was not green. It was skin color. And much more graphic than they did for the Sega Master System version of this game. So they changed that for the Master System. The images online, but I do not know if you would be allowed to stream it on Twitch. It would probably be against TOS if you played the original PC version of this game, just because of this final boss. As you can see, the boss's HP bar expanded the entire screen. It was as much HP as they could possibly give him. Give her, my bad. Before they ran out of space. But that's where these resurrection potions are absolutely required to be able to defeat this boss, because it gives Medi, the highest damage dealer in the game, almost 4 full health bars of damage, because you just go down to 1 hit, and you can full restore, and it's just so much damage you can pump out with Medi that is required to have resurrection potions to actually be able to defeat this boss. And I mentioned it earlier that if you were to be max level with all 4 characters, have all gear, all the legendary gear that you can possibly have, and fight this boss, it is impossible without having magic items. You need at minimum magic, like a few magic items to actually be able to defeat this boss. The cover art for the Master System version of this game, released in the US, has the final boss on it, but the final boss is wearing armor. So on the cover art they put armor on her, but in the game she has no armor. It was very interesting. I imagine they could not sell the game if they did not. They could not use the cover art they did. They did not put armor on the final boss. On Terrorin. The reason we kill this boss, the story reason this boss is evil is she stole the golden seal that locked away all of the monsters that we've been killing this entire time. Oh, I used all those. Alright, time will be coming up here shortly. Yeah, that's exactly it. So by defeating her, we get that golden seal back and can close Pandora's box. Oh man, I went over estimate. It was so close. We finished the final boss by using Sacred Nut. We hurl a Sacred Nut at our enemies and they can do damage. And we are... Alright, time will be in 3, 2, 1, and that's time. Whoa. Finds a chest, within lies the seal of the Dark Lord.
Yo, GG, man.
Thank you. This was a long run.
Yeah, I didn't expect this to still be going on when I woke up to take over the tech shift, so that's amazing.
I did not expect to go over estimate, even if it was just by 40 seconds.
Don't worry about that.
But the big part is the credits. We'll actually be able to see Jesus in game.
Oh, let's do that. Okay.
Because the people who missed it very early, the Jesus over on the webcam basically is the character Guy in the game that we've used this entire game. But for some reason looks very strangely like Jesus.
Great mustache, too.
Yes.
Let's go.
I can't speed this up, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. GB, what else do you run?
I speedrun Legend of Dragoon on PlayStation 1. It was the very first game I speedrun.
Nice.
And then I learned Super Magnetic Neo, which is a RPG, or a platformer, a Crash Bandicoot-like platformer. Both Wither and Broby in chat both run the game very great. And this is our friend Jesus, by the way.
Beautiful. Hey, friend.
Also, we have... This is Medi in the game, who looks like Mother Mary, in my opinion. And then this is Treo, who looks like Joseph.
Nintendo would have never allowed this.
I don't think that this was intentional, but it very much looks like it. But back to what I do. I've recently started learning Toy Story 2 on the Dreamcast.
Nice.
And then I'll also be very shortly learning the sequel to this game, which is on MSX. So
nice. Everybody go ahead and drop GB a follow if you want to check any of that out. And I don't know what your local time is right now. I do not know if you wish to go to bed.
It is 6:30 a.m.
Go to bed.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me and allowing me to run Miracle Warriors. This is the first time it has ever been at a marathon in general, so...
Oh, wow.
It's very exciting to have this here.
Excellent. Okay, I'll have this clipped up in probably a couple days if you wish to use it for anything.
That'll be fine. This is an awful,
Okay.
awful run.
All right. Well, anything else from you, GB?
No, that is all.
That's
I'll
all.
I'll give a quick shout out to Witherman in chat, Broby in chat, and Cheeky Chunk, who have been big supporters of my channel, and much love to them.
Much love. All right. Okay. All right, guys. Coming up, we're going to be having some games by DBK, but what I'm going to do first, because our OBS is hugging along back here, we're going to do a very quick stream reset. So give me about 2 minutes. Stream is going to go offline, so just be sure to refresh your browser or app, and we'll be back very shortly, guys. Thank you.